Oh, well, that's not right at all, is it? That's a Factorio. There we go. Oh, where's the thing? Let's zoom in on the thing, as I always try to do. Hello, hello. Happy Friday. What do we got today? Today is silver. This says about 12 minutes. I think we'll probably get it within about that 15-minute range. So while we're waiting for that tech, yes, that's right. We left off with waiting for a second biomass power plant. We've got a few things that are being made for this before it's ready to go. Looks like there's quite a bit of stuff on the way here, which is good. Yeah, everything's on the way, or available if it's not immediately on the way. It's just a matter of what... Oh no, EVA. I don't have EVA on the mall. I'm glad I caught that. Let's see if I have space in one of these things. No, not in that one. We're not putting it on a belt, so it's not going to be that one. These ones are full, full. Those ones have belts. Okay, we got to add another train station then. And adding another train station probably means adding more these guys. There we go. That gets coverage there. Let's cover this area up here. Just because I know... Ooh. Yeah, that's fine. We'll fix it. Like, oh well. It'll figure it out. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that gets us some more coverage space over here to drop down another one of these big deposit ones, and we'll get the EVA requested. I don't have one of those in my inventory, do I? Let's drop it here, and let's let the bots figure it out. So, EVA, request a delivery of that. And then in here, we also want EVA to be stored in the buffer deposit when the time comes for that. Once that's built. There should be a buffer deposit being built somewhere. Yes. And then, are we getting a train? Yeah, there's already... I assume we have plenty of EVA. Yes, we have plenty of EVA. The joy of our red chips having been broken for so long is that none of this stuff for Mech Parts 2 is running at super high speed, so a lot of the inputs to Mech 2 are available, which includes EVA. Yeah, I mean, these are all varying degrees of buffered. I'm assuming the Mark 1 parts are still largely blocked on antimony. Yeah. That's just gonna be a problem. I don't need these turbines in my inventory anymore. I don't need so many rail signals. What else is in my inventory that I don't need? I think those are the main things. So, we're still waiting for... I mean, we can check each of these sort of builds, right? This should have everything it needs getting delivered pretty quickly. Yeah, everything this needs is available. So that's just a matter of time. This, I think, also has everything available. We're just waiting for the bots. We're just waiting for the bots. And then these guys, these won't run until... Well, one of them might run, but they won't all work until the EVA delivery arrives, although that should be shortly. Right? Yeah, that train is on its way. Oh, interesting. It's taken the back route. It's taken the new route. All right. The new route was not pointless then. I wasn't sure if the pathfinding would decide that this was faster than like going up through here, but apparently the answer is yes, it did decide that. So, what can I do in the meantime while we're waiting for... Well, we're going to get the silver tech shortly, so maybe we'll end up doing the silver build before we do the new power plant, if this tech is going to be done in, like, just a minute. One thing I can maybe do, if the bots have migrated over, and they may not have migrated yet, is... Yeah, we're still waiting for... This is always requesting Logibots. So they will slowly but surely make their way over here, and then end up in this chest, but there's not enough of them in there yet for me to bother going over to pick them up. We'll wait until we have a whole chest full. The disassembly of the old mall continues slowly. Oop, there's the train for it. It would probably go faster if I put a second train onto this schedule. But this gets the job done for the most part. All right, 30 seconds left on the tech. Let's go. Let's just go do the silver build then, while we're waiting for everything to be ready for the power plant. Because that's going to take a little bit longer, but we have everything here for the silver, so... Oh, and I don't have any tech selected. Yeah, what's our next tech? That's a question. I don't even know. Interesting that energy generation 3... Oh, it gives me briquettes, I guess. I was like, it's interesting that that is there. I could grab this for Nexcellent power poles. Nexcellent power poles are real nice. I was also looking at thermosolar, contemplating whether I wanted to grab that. I don't need it right away now because I'm going to get another of the biomass plants up, but like thermosolar is definitely something we want to be thinking about. But like on the route to Pi Science 3, we still have a ton of stuff to do. We've got upgraded alloy smelting that we haven't done yet. We have, what is this, graphene. Ooh, good old chloromethane. I guess silicon 2 is still a thing that I want to be pushing towards, right? And it's not that far down the tech tree. So let's do that. Because we're going to need to get proper silicon wafers, and we're going to have to get diamond processing going. So let's get those techs going, and we'll think about diamond mining and silicon processing soon. Because I do still want to get our silicon upgraded, because this is very slow. And it would be nice to have better silicon available to us. Oh, hey, red chips are running. That doesn't happen very often. Not green chips. Batteries are broken. Yeah, that's not a surprise. Given the state of our antimony. But that's why we're doing silver. We need the silver for antimony. Silver will also help with science, right? Because do we still have vat brain cartridges? The answer is maybe. But we won't for very long because I prioritized the silver to my ethylene glycol. So yes, we're out of vat brain cartridges. But way over here, past tin, here we go. Let's see, that one, or I think the next one. Yeah, let's do it there. We have plenty of space. There's no sense crowding these together, and that way if I do want to expand tin a little bit, you know, we can do so. I don't know if we quite have space to double it, but... And then this goes all the way down here. One more segment? One more segment. So this will be lead and silver processing right next to the big tin processing. Same deal, want to make sure we leave plenty of space kind of next to the stations for routing belts and pipes in and out, stuff like that, because I have learned my lesson about cramming all that stuff in. All right. Let's get started then on lead. Let's just come over here and grab that position. I don't keep the stations on like a perfect grid, obviously, but when I have multiple of these kind of side paths next to each other, I try to keep them aligned, even though there isn't quite a standard offset. All right, so input, lead ore. Did I end up making that a bulk? Yeah, let's just do this identically to this one. So that is the lead ore in. And I didn't open YAFC when I started the stream. Wow, I'm doing a good job today. So we're actually basing this on 2 belts of input. So I want to switch this over to be stack inserters in. Let's see. New lead, same great taste. Open YAFC. There we go. Yeah, I'm basing this on 30 a second in. So we do want to make sure that what's carbon black? Oh, that's not right. That's going to get fueled with coke. And I guess we'll make the graphite on site as well, since we're bringing coke in anyway, which means I'm going to need 1 more high pressure furnace that I didn't account for. That's fine. Is there anything else I want to change before I go and grab that high pressure furnace? Any other inputs that we do on site? Lime we get delivered these days, I believe. Borax is delivered. Sand is an output. I mean, the water pump. All right, it's just the furnace for the graphite then is all we need. And then, what is it? It's here. Let me make sure we have everything that we need if we're pulling through this part. 7 flotation cells in total. And what do I have in the game? Okay, 7, yeah. So I think I did copy and paste it in this configuration, and then I added the stuff for silver separately, which is the 1 basic oxygen furnace. The 1 casting unit and the 1 advanced foundry. Or the 1 extra casting unit, I should say. Okay, so it's just the high pressure furnace that we're missing here then. And then this needs to not be here because this needs to be stacked since we're taking in 30 a second. Or I guess I could just use red belts, but I feel like a few of these is cheaper than red belts. So that's what we're getting. Because, yeah, I don't have any of the stuff to make a high-pressure furnace, do I? Not even close. Okay. Yep, let's run back up to, yeah, let's just do it. Let's run back up to the mall and grab the 1 high-pressure furnace we need. It's not that long now that we have the paved road all the way up. Might want to grab pressurized. That should be in here. Oh, you're right. I missed pressurized air in the ingredients. Good catch. Thank you. Yes, I want a pressure pump too. Is there anything else I missed? Let me look at the inputs again. Coke gets shipped in. Borax gets shipped in. Z3 agent gets shipped in. Lime gets shipped in. Oxygen gets shipped in. Hot air, sand castings, cyanic acid, soda ash, and filtration. Okay. Yes, this all comes in. These are all inputs. I think we're good. So just the pressure pump and the high pressure furnace. And that high-pressure furnace, we're already making those as fast as they can get made, so I'm going to steal one from here. And the pressure pump, wherever that is, the bots will bring it to me. There it is. Sorry, the microphone probably picked that up. That was a very slurpy slurp of tea that I just did. I apologize if that was gross on the mic. All right, so we're going to have another solid drop-off. And again, I'm just kind of lining these up as I go. You know, I bet I could do something like this. If I just kind of grab this from here. Oh, that's even a little more than I want. We want just like... just the barest edge of past the... Yeah, we're going to get some pipes in here, which we don't necessarily want. But what it does do is it gets all of these things. Now the question is, can I line this up? There we go. And now I know where all of the... where all the stations are going to be. Ta-da! All right, cool. That way I don't have to keep going back and forth when I'm trying to figure these out. So this thing, what are we requesting here? Coke. Borax. I'm surprised borax is still fine. Boric acid, sand castings, and filtration media. And that is 5 things, which means we need a deposit. But all of those things are in relatively small quantities, so I'm not worried about the number of trains coming to this station. And I'm not worried about the blue inserters feeding into it. So that'll be that, and then our last input station is going to be all the fluids. Once more with feeling. Can I manage to do this without getting that? There we go. What have we got? Z3 reagent, oxygen, hot air, water, and cyanic acid. 5 things. All right. Z3 reagent. Oxygen. Hot air. Cyanic acid. And soda ash regeneration. Solution. All right, and then same thing here. Set all the filters. I still really need to blueprint like the common sizes of these so that setting these filters is a little less painful. We also might need more cyanic acid. I didn't really double check that one before I kind of just assumed it would work because we've had cyanic acid forever. We'll find out. So this will start getting deliveries. That'll be all of our fluids. This is all of our secondary solid inputs. So that's all of our input stations for this. Everything else is now just a matter of routing all this stuff and figuring out where all the output stations need to go. All right, so first step is 18 automated screeners. All right. And again, let's give ourselves plenty of room to route things, especially with the fluids. So we want to be like here-ish to start. Ooh. I picked the right distance. Look at that. Just squeezes past this power pole for the radars. So this is making lead grade 1. And that is, okay. 5 to 1 in to out. All right, so that's a blue inserter in. That's a gray inserter out. That's a power pole here. Beautiful. And then the next step is 11 impact crushers. And these are doing lead grade 2. That's 2/3 of an item in, 2/3 of an item out. All right, we'll do yellow, yellow. No problem there. And then this needs to be filtered out the stone. And I think in this one, stone just straight up is a byproduct. So that'll come to a pickup station here. And it makes, what, 3.5 stone a second? Yeah, let's just grab some yellow inserters. And this needs a... Where is it? There it is. Because this is a byproduct, flag it as such in the priorities. Next, the lead grade 2 goes into... what am I doing? Yeah, the lead grade 2 goes into 6 more automated screeners. Okay. To make lead grade 3. Again, we'll just do a yellow in and out. I think that's fine for this. Trying to keep things aligned as I go. Now this time our output is the lead. This makes a little bit of the lead grade 1 along with the lead grade 3. And the grade 1 needs to be looped back up here to join there. While the grade 3 comes through 2 secondary crushers. Boy, we dropped the number of buildings fast, didn't we? Making, that's coal. That's, yeah, silver lead dust. There we go. Silver lead dust is, okay, 1 in, 1 out. Easy again. There's nothing special to do with this one. All right, and this goes into 1 hydroclassifier. And this is where we start to get our first kind of split in the chain. Sorry, let me zoom out a little bit. That's very loud. So yeah, we go into here with the silver lead dust, and we make the silver lead zinc pulp stage 1, which gets processed all the way down to silver lead solution 1. And we also get this refined silver lead dust, and that's what gets processed into the refined silver lead dust. Both of those things, the silver lead solution stage 1 and the refined silver lead dust, are the 2 things that need to be like priority split between the 2 paths for making lead versus silver. I also realized that we did not include fuel rods in our inputs. Because they were set to 0 here. So let's fix that real quick while I'm thinking about it. And then we'll... what I can do here is all of these, instead of 30 stacks, they can all be 25 stacks. But because they're such low use, it does mean there will only be 5 stacks left in the chest by the time another train is dispatched. But that's probably fine. If it ends up not fine, we can actually split this into like 2 different input stations if I really, really need to. But yeah, 6 of these times 25 stacks is 150. Yeah, 150 stacks, and this holds 160 stacks, so. We are good there. Okay, so hydroclassifier. Doing silver, lead, zinc, pulp stage 1. Our input is here. Cyanic acid plus the silver lead dust at up to 2 a second. And then our output is the fluid, the silver lead zinc pulp, as well as the solid output. Let's do the solid processing first, just because the chain is right here, and it's easier to route pipes than belts after the fact. That is my thought process. So, the refined silver lead dust goes into 3 ball mills and then 2 more automated screeners. Refined silver lead dust stage 2. Yep. Did I put the wrong number of automated screeners down? Well, yes, there's supposed to be 6 of them here. And then what about up here? Yes, I did. Wow. All right. There's my 2 automated screeners that I was missing. These ones do the silver lead dust stage 3. And that is... What are we doing there? That's just... Yeah, 0.5 in, 1 out. Sand. Nope, not pure sand. Regular old sand. Thank you. Just bring that all the way down as well. So next, what do we got? We've got... let's get the sand out. I want to leave this spot here in case I decide I want to split this into 2 stations. So I'm gonna keep this one available for now, so we'll put the sand output here. And how much sand does this make? 0.86 a second. All right, that's easy. Done. So that's the refined silver lead dust. If we look here, and we want to actually split that again. And the priority will be to the right, but for now we're only going to hook it up to the left. No, I don't want to do that. I was going to say for now we'll hook it up to the left. We're not actually going to hook it up to the left. We're going to put the things in place for when we do hook it up to the left. But I don't... This is the silver that we can make without needing fuel rods. So if I hook this up to the overflow first, it'll turn it into lead, and then we won't get the silver plate out of it. And I want to get as much silver out of this system without fuel rods as we can, because we need silver to bootstrap antimony to bootstrap fuel rods. So we're not going to actually hook this up yet. That's my thought process. But when we do hook it up, we check over here and we say set fixed ingredient consumption. .86, yeah. So we're gonna have 2 flotation cells with the oleochemicals and the Z3 reagent, which makes silver lead solution stage 1. Okay. From refined silver lead dust. And we're actually going to turn these upside down because we have more space for all of our inputs here. Did I not include oleochemicals on my input? Oh, I didn't, because this wasn't... Oh, yep. Something else that I messed up. That's fine. Oleochemicals weren't included because that input was getting 0 of the silver lead dust, so it filtered out the input in the AFC sheet, so I didn't notice it. Not a big deal. Easy enough to fix. All right. And that means that this actually just connects to, like, here. And then the Z3 reagent... looking good. Each of these inputs 0.6. With hand size, you can get 0.6 items a second on gray inserters, but with this few items going across the belt, I'm not sure that I would trust that, so we're going to do it this way. All right, so that outputs silver lead solution stage 1. Which we will have to deal with as an output. The other half of this goes down to silver, and we'll do silver processing like last. We'll do silver after lead. We're doing lead first. So the other half of lead in is here, which is silver lead zinc pulp stage 1, and this has to be brought down here, where it can be... I need to do a pressure pump. Do I need pressurized air anywhere else? Yes, we're going to need it for part of this silver lead zinc pulp processing. Right here. Here. The stage 2 silver lead zinc pulp into the silver lead solution stage 1 also needs pressurized air. So I'll get all that hooked up together before we figure out where to put the pressure pump. We also probably need to do something like this. because we're going to need more Z3 reagent down here as well. All right, so this has the silver lead zinc pulp stage 1. That needs to go into a leaching station. To make the stage 2. We're going to set this up. I don't always set up my extra ghost buildings like this, but when things get mirrored, it can be helpful. Yeah, I guess we're just doing this. Kind of awkward, but gets the job done. All right. And then we have the stage 2. And the stage 2 goes into a bunch more flotation cells. Making silver lead solution. There we go. These need to be a little further south, I think, because we need a little more room to work. We have a lot of pipes coming out the top. So we'll just hook up that pipe directly. That's fine. This one is the Z3 reagent, which I left a spot for here. And then this one is vacuum, or not vacuum, pressurized air, which I kind of left here. There we go. That's just one pressure pump. All right. The silver lead solution stage 1. Well, here, first let's get our byproduct out because we've got whatever this is, muddy sludge or tailings? Tailings. All right, tailings out. And the other half of this is the actual silver lead, whatever. The silver, here, let's try to keep the path for this belt clear. This is eventually going to be silver coming off of this belt. And again, that'll overflow to becoming lead, but this is the priority path to silver because it's the easier silver method. And then we've got, yeah, stage 1 here. And also, that's this. So let's grab that here. This will join up right here. And that is silver lead solution stage 1. Cool. The silver lead solution stage 1 feeds into... What is this? A single hydrocyclone. All right. Making silver lead solution stage 2. It also needs lime. So let's get lime out of here. We need 2 lime a second. All right. Or 1.7 lime a second, but whatever. So if that's going to come in like here, and it is, we have a clear path kind of right through here. I think I want to go over one more. And then right through here. Yep, there we go. Beautiful. Let's actually do this. Let's put this here. And that just gives me a little more space to work around this if I need to. All right. From that, we have another... All right, that feeds into a thickener, and this is actually one of the rare cases where we have a 1-to-1 building ratio. So I can actually just build these connected right to each other, which I so rarely get to do. And more tailings as an output. Okay. That is a funky way to do the output, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I could try to route this so I don't need a second pump, but that would be effort that I don't feel like getting into right now. And then when we have 2 of these, it'll be like, I guess, mirrored, basically. Right? And we'll do, like, that kind of thing. And then we'll take the stage 3 out. Yeah, that's fine. Something like that. All right. This also needs a water input. Let me figure out getting that routed. Actually, I think we can do it here. Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it is time to run an ad break. So we're going to go ahead and let the ad break run. And when we return, we will finish up this lead and silver build. Because we are dangerously close to having it complete. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. I'm going to get a little bit more water and stretch my legs for a minute while the ad break runs. I recommend you do the same. Posture check, hydration check, all those good things. And, yeah, I'll see y'all shortly. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the break. We are most of the way through lead and silver processing here. I noticed all the buildings are yellow, or flashing yellow. Power is somewhat stabilized, but like every time one of these stages turns on, like power fluctuates in and out again. So we're still not super stable. We do still need the extra power plant. But where are we at? We just got, this is Silver Lead Solution Stage 3. So YAFC says that goes into a filter. All right. Making... Yeah, that's fine. There. And there. Then we also need to bring in filtration media here. Which, how much filtration media? 0.16 a second. All right, that is just one gray inserter. Gray and that looks like we can go right besides this one, and there's space. So we'll do it right here. At this point, we now have more lanes going south than going west. So, all right, there's filtration media. And that will start making this silver lead concentrate. That then goes into a solid separator. Okay. Making high-grade lead. All right. And after that, the high-grade lead needs to go into our first high-grade lead. Excellent. That feeds into a electric arc furnace. Making molten lead from high-grade lead. The other inputs to this need to be graphite and borax, so let's get that figured out up here. The borax comes right out of storage, and the graphite is made in what? One high-pressure furnace. Okay. Borax. And then the high-pressure furnace pulls in 0.8 cocosecond, so we will do that with a yellow inserter. And then, can I squeeze this in here? No, I didn't think I could. Although, maybe we can put it like... Yeah, we put it like here. Making graphite. Outputting here. And then this just comes right down to here. And then we take this, and we run it all the way through here. All the way down to here. And that will get us our molten lead. Molten lead can get fed into a pickup station. All right, that's lead. Well, not entirely, but that's a lot of lead. All right, so there's molten lead. Then the other thing we need is a solid station from which we can do... let's see. This is where we try to do the, like, casting unit shenanigans. And lead plate for both of these. Oh. Helps to actually output it. And then on this side, yeah, we need to bring in hot air. Where's hot air? It's all the way up here. And then the other thing we need to bring in is the sand castings. Those are easy from up here. How many sand castings do we need? Not that many, I don't think. Yeah, each of these only uses 0.25 a second, so that's fine. We'll just do a couple of gray inserters worth. We'll do this old thing. It's overkill, but it looks nice. And then, do I want to go north with it first? I guess so. Well, the other option, and maybe this is the right thing to do. Well, that's wrong. How do I want to try to do this? I know how to fix this. It's taking this and putting it up here. And if I take this one, we can go ahead and output here. Beautiful. And now I have space here for this. That was a lot of work, but it looks a lot nicer. So I think it was worth it. Oh, here, let's drop off everything that belongs in here. We're never going to use this ore patch. Let's get rid of it. Try to keep things a little bit cleaner looking. Okay. That should be everything we need for lead plate there. So now the other half of the world is the silver. We've got... We've got the silver dust that comes all the way down here. That feeds into, if we go back to YAFC, we clear fixed ingredient consumption there. 2 BOFs, and I need to be bringing in borax and coke for that. Oh, I only have 1 BOF. Shoot. I messed up my calculations. I added the extra BOF by hand to the requests when I was only probably looking at one, one belt of input to this whole setup. It's fine, but... Alright, these need to be too low, because we're going to have a second belt of inputs coming in. Our second belt of inputs is going to just be coke and borax. That's easy to add here. And those both come in at just like half an item each, so that's fine. And then we will have the oxygen come on in here. I've got to route oxygen down. There's oxygen. So yeah, we just need borax and we need fuel here. Which, let's see. Let's take all of this. Let's go over just a little bit further. And that's going to give me room for another belt through here. Which is going to be coke on one side and borax on the other. All right. So coke for fuel, borax there. That gives us molten silver. Molten silver and cast silver also need their outputs here. So another fluid pickup and another solid pickup. I don't know if I'm going to need molten silver, but, like, we may as well make it available. We've made all of our other molten metals available. Okay, that'll be molten silver. As soon as this is able to start, like, fueling itself. We actually probably want a faster inserter here. Just with the amount of fuel these are going to consume. It's probably okay with the yellow, but, eh. We'll let it run. So that then goes into... We need a casting unit here. All right. Standard casting unit. Making silver plate. And this is going to back up until I get this second BOF up and running. But we're very nearly done with everything else here, so... The other path, if we go back to YAFC real quick, is just turning the silver lead solution, the stage 1 here, into silver plate. And that's... How much silver lead solution is there in the system? It says 42.9. Ah, but that's not including this. Although if we're making silver, we shouldn't actually need to turn all of the 86 silver lead solution into... I mean, it doesn't matter. It all fits in one machine anyway. Yeah, so one advanced foundry is the overflow of the silver lead solution. So if we find where the silver lead solution is... Silver lead solution stage 1 is right here. So that needs an overflow. There it is. And that comes all the way down here. And that will feed into the advanced foundry. Making silver plate from silver lead solution. We also have a bunch of inputs. Yeah, this is going to be fun. So we're going to have, I think, inputs like that. We might even need a second red inserter here for this belt. And then we'll bring in the heat pipes along the bottom, and we will have an output from that. And that will be silver plates, which I will have to bring down and over to the silver plate output. But these two input belts are going to be... One of them is borax, and one of them is going to be sand casts and fuel rods. Boy, we are getting... snug on the number of outputs. I mean, I'm not being super efficient with my output use, but still, feels snug. Like this one I can all just replace with a single yellow inserter instead of trying to make it look pretty with two-sided belts. Same up here if I need to. I could do a single blue inserter. But what did I say? One of these is sand castings. One of them is borax. I mean, honestly, we could just pull the borax off, can't we? All right. And then the other one needs to be sand castings and fuel rods, and that one does have to come out on its own. Oh, this is going to have to be more like that. Actually, this whole thing can come over one. Because if I'm splitting the borax for that, we're going to need a lot of borax coming down that path. There we go. And then lastly down here, we need... Oh, well, yeah, we'll figure it out. We need one of these guys. So there's our silver output. We need... coke. Do kind of the same thing here. To bring coke in. We can take the ash out right there. There's room for that. Oh, the BOFs have an ash output too, don't they? That I'm absolutely not accounting for. Yeah, they do. All right, that means all of this needs to be like one lower. Oof, okay. Cool. I mean, it's nice to see we got some more sand delivered here, but this is apparently a problem. Gonna have to figure out why I don't have sand. All right, did I leave enough room to actually get the ash out of these? Yeah, almost certainly. Oop. There we go. So that'll be the ash out. Oh, I haven't actually hooked up that part of the silver yet. That's fine. Did I not hook up the hot air? Oh, I see what I did. Hot air was coming in through there, and I overwrote that belt. Fixed. All right. This is not going to run currently because we're still making molten lead. I have a couple of extra casting units. That's not really surprising, just because the numbers that YAFC comes up with assume that I'm going to cast all of the molten, and I'm not going to do that. All right. We're probably, like, currently slowed down because this belt is backed up. Yeah. So the whole system is only running at, like, half speed. So we need to get that extra BOF. The extra oxygen furnace here to be turning this into, yeah. To be turning this extra, whatever this is, refined silver lead dust into molten silver. And that should let this run a little more frequently. All right, let's head back up to base. Let's grab that basic oxygen furnace. And then I think we're done with silver, which I am pretty happy about. Well, we got to go shut down the other ones, because right now they're still getting, like, deliveries of lead ore and processing them less efficiently. But now that the new one's up and running, I think we can turn off the old ones. Let's do that now. Let's find lead plate. And let's just turn off all of its requests. And then over here, wherever I did silver plate. Yeah, which just got a big delivery of lead ore. Womp womp. Turn off its requests. Yeah, I need to set up correct void logic for all the things that need voids down at the new lead build. I didn't do that. I did set everything as high priority. I just didn't set up the void logic, because I forgot. So we'll get that set up as well while we drop off this last basic oxygen furnace. And then we should be good on lead and silver here. All right, so what needs void logic? This does. That actually is the right thing, because that's stone. This is sand. Sand stacks to 200. Okay. So it's not 5,000, it's 20,000. And then ash. That should be each of those. With one more furnace, this will also now be turning more of the silver lead dust into silver. This is up to temperature already, but this isn't even going to get its the molten stuff for a while, right? Because we've got a lot of molten lead to make out of the silver lead solution before we start trying to do the less efficient silver path. What we do have to do still is take this and that is that should be more than enough. I don't think this can ever run anywhere close to 4 a second. I think it's going to be like 1.5 a second at most. Because if we in YAFC here, if we're making silver, then all of the silver is going to come. All the refined silver lead dust is going to come to silver. So we only have the like 42.9 silver lead solution a second. And if we take all of that, yeah, 1.7. Okay. So I think that's the most that we're actually going to pull out of this. Because we wouldn't be converting the refined silver lead dust over to this side, because if we're pulling silver, the priority for the refined silver lead dust is silver. So it doesn't go into this processing chain at all to even become silver lead solution. All right, I want to make sure this belt clears a little bit of its backlog before I install this belt here, because I don't want to be wasting the silver until we're sure that the system is working. Should be able to clear pretty quickly. It takes 1.7 basic oxygen furnaces, supposedly, for how much of this silver lead dust we're making. So 2 of them is ahead of the curve. Yeah, and we can see it's already starting to pull through. Yeah, not quite to the point where it only goes left. I mean, I guess I could just pick up a few, but I want to do that. Yeah, it's not backed up yet. Few more. I was over aggressive in trying to clear that right-hand belt. I think we gotta wait until we have like a consistent gap through like this tile, and then we can clear the one off of the right-hand belt. Other than that, so these won't run. These are all running. I'm surprised these are all running. Should I be surprised these are all running? No. Yeah, it's this one that's not going to run anywhere near full speed right now. Because this is scaled so that when we're turning the refined silver lead dust into lead solution, like this will account for that much. So all of these stages are running more slowly. This is all scaled so that we can do either all lead or all silver, right? Oh, this is so close. It really wants to clear a gap. I can see it. Oh, and this is already almost done making lead plate. Fantastic. So we might actually see this overflow the lead to the silver side soon and try to trigger this. This won't work yet because we don't yet have fuel rods. And we don't yet have fuel rods because we need more lead containers. I can hand feed that stuff if I desperately need to. But, I mean, there's quite a bit more molten lead that needs to be spit out here. And as lead over here sort of gets used up, wherever lead over here is, here, I should mark these ones at... Oh, should I? I don't know. I think I just leave this here for now, and it will eventually get somewhat drained by the system. Same with silver. Interesting. Oh, this is the old setup. Yeah. All right. I'm not surprised that this broke then, because it's the old setup. I do have an updated version of this. And you can see it has many fewer combinators. So, I mean, this is fine. This should eventually use all of this fuel, and the train will get unblocked eventually. But it looks like it probably got a double delivery of petroleum gas or something like that. Okay. All right, we got diamond mining going. That is going to be the... That's needed for our upgraded silicon processing. We need to be able to make diamond wire. We also need some wax for that. I need to double check how much wax we're making if we have spare. And then we need to look at the polycrystalline slabs. And I think for these we need... I don't think we're making crucibles yet, so I think we need to look into crucibles sometime soon. For now, since we don't have a need for molten silver on rails yet, I'm going to prioritize turning it all into plate. We'll flip this pump around when we start to have excess. Actually, that should be an overflow. But again, we'll flip this around. Because, yeah, each of these casts makes, what, 13? And then we're still doing okay here. Has this cleared enough of a gap yet? It has. All right. So now I'm comfortable hooking that up. And we should have enough of this drained now that this is not... The silver should never go this way until silver is completely backed up. Which is not going to happen anytime soon. And then, like I said, I might have to hand deliver some stuff around to get fuel rods, which I guess I can just do. We may as well just do it while we're here. That way we have a few fuel rods in that setup so that when it does... this needs these. What am I doing? This. Lead containers into here? Is this the one that requests them? Yes. Cool. And then I can hand deliver some of those fuel rods up to this setup as soon as we need them. Because again, we are going to back up on molten lead like real soon now, so... I think just like with silver, and I've been doing this with most of my metals, we want to put a... maybe not. In this case with the silver, I do want an overflow here because we are also making silver from the other path, potentially, so we want to make sure that... I mean, it should auto-regulate. I guess we don't really need the overflow. I'm just trying to think if, like, we made too much solid silver this way, and then couldn't make molten silver because this path would be blocked to clear access to it. Yes, actually, that is correct. So I was right the first time. We do need an overflow here, because we will when I flip this pump around. We want to make sure that molten silver goes to molten silver first to keep this topped up. And we don't want to fill up on solid silver made from molten silver. Hopefully that makes sense. Because if we're totally full on lead and we need molten silver, then we need a way to get rid of the solid silver that's going to come out of this process in order to make the refined silver lead dust for the molten silver. I wish I had a path from silver lead solution into molten silver, because then it would all be... You'll have silver 3 before you need molten silver. It won't matter. Fair enough. Okay, and that lets me do the high-grade silver. Cool. Yeah. That's a couple techs in the future, though. That's prod. But okay, yeah, for this one, I mean, I assume there's also a, like, lead 4 that it goes with. No, there isn't. But we would do this path with the silver lead dust. We'd just turn it all into the silver lead solution, and then it would be the silver lead concentrate, then gets split between lead and silver as needed. Cool. That'll actually be easy to retrofit into this setup, which is also nice. All right, the old silver build is dead. I'm gonna grab a couple stacks of silver here. We're gonna head over to the other silver build, and I'm gonna assemble it. And I'm gonna drop these 2 stacks of silver into that so that it triggers a train to come, like, pick it up and do things. That way I don't have to carry around that many hundreds of silver. But we are gonna have to carry back all the buildings from it. The old lead build is probably gonna take longer to fully drain because there's just the demand versus supply of lead is not as egregious as it is with silver. Actually, what I should do is put this always on the void network for now. And that should cause this to get emptied out. And then this one should also have something dispatched already. Yes. This I need to take all the combinators out of and plonk down the updated version, so it should hopefully be less broken. Just waiting for this to get drained, and then we can take it apart, and we will be done with this old silver build. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. I guess I have the inventory space. I could clear out this, there. Yeah, there's only the one train dispatched. There we go. So once that train gets here... we'll be able to finish disassembling these stations. The other question is lead, and lead is probably, like I said, nowhere near as, like, drained. Yeah, there's still lots of lead stuff here. We didn't need the upgrade for lead so much as we needed the upgrade for silver. So... Just one of those things. Okay. I think that's good. Let's swing by the new silver build and drop off all of these intermediate bits of silver lead ore that I picked up. And then we can figure out what our next thing to do is. That might be going into Yafsi and figuring out diamonds, although... Oh, no, it's the power plant. It's got to be the power plant next. Yeah, we're also not getting consistent ore input to this. All right, there are lots of trains assigned to it, though. So it might just be that it was taking a second because I hadn't disabled the other ones fast enough. So yeah, silver plate is still a problem. Oh, is this still set with like weird... Oh yeah, this is still set with a weird low request threshold for fetal serum. It also is not set up to only request guts when it has its other inputs, which means that this is just sitting around wasting guts. All right. Those are both things worth fixing. We need a lot more fetal serum now that we need it for vat brain cartridges. So we want to just change this to request normal amounts of things instead of tiny amounts, so we're not wasting train trips. And we also want this to stop wasting guts, because it's just going to keep getting deliveries of guts, and it's going to keep wasting them. So I think we should do power first, and then fix that. And both of those things are going to happen when we are back from the ad break. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to get a little bit of water during the break, stretch my legs. I recommend you do the same. Take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we come back, we'll upgrade our power plant, and we'll go fix the fetal serum build so it's a little more modern and less special. I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, do we have everything we need for this? We are short a few efficiency modules, actually. Okay. Do we have everything we need to make modules in the mall? Can I just do, like... Oh, efficiency modules are already allowed listed. So they should be... Ah, we don't have Electronics Mark II. We could have Electronics Mark II, though, right? First, let me double check that we have enough to make a delivery. We do. Then yes, I just need to grab... And this is where everything is, like, very messy because some things are coming in... You know, I don't think I have done the Mark II components at all. Electronics Mark I ended up in here because there's not quite enough space for all 5 items in one. Okay. So let's head down and let's get another requester thingy set up, and we'll get Electronics Mark II figured out. I guess I could do here. Let's do Electronics Mark II in here. And then I will do another one. Solid drop off. Same thing here. And these ones are going to have all of these ones. So the gearboxes, the shaft Mark IIs, the oof, what a mess. All right. Yeah, this isn't as easy to look at as I was hoping it would be. We're going to have brakes Mark II. We're going to have control panel Mark II. We're going to have... What's the last one called? Having a brain fart. We can find this over here. It'll be utility boxes. There we go. That's the one. Utility box Mark II. And then we will also get all of the requests for those. Control panel Mark II. Brakes Mark II. Utility boxes Mark II. Shafts Mark II. And gearboxes Mark II. All right. So everything should end up stored here for all of those. And then the electronics Mark II are in this one because that's all we got. I guess I could put them in like this one and move mechanical parts to, I don't know if it's worth screwing around with, honestly. So that's what we're missing to be able to make the efficiency modules here on the mall. Ugh. I really need to upgrade trains at some point. We do have Mark II trains, but like I need to figure out the fuel for them, and I need to figure out distributing that fuel around the base and making sure that we make enough of it. Because I think right now everything's just running off of coke. Not even coke. I think it's just coal. Excuse me. Yes, it's just coal. So getting that figured out is going to be a interesting thing. Yeah, and these guys are going to automatically, they're already grabbing the electronics they need. This only needs 16 of them to make 8 of these guys. And this won't take very long at all once those arrive. And I think that's the last of what we're going to need for the power plant. Looks like it. I think everything else has been met. Yep. Some of the stuff in storage I'm going to have to figure out what to do with. Like, we have so much stone. And, like, we put as much of it on a belt as makes sense to do. Somewhere I have a stone. Yeah. But we don't use it for that much on rails, so... Or not on rails, on the mall, I should say, rather. We use it for lots of things on rails. I'm contemplating whether, like, stones and logs should get some kind of overflow that pushes them out of logistics storage back onto rails. I haven't quite decided if I want to do that yet or what that would look like. But it is something I have been contemplating. I don't think I can even make those, can I? They have to be made in... Oh, no, I can make them by hand. All right. If I truly so desired. Although now that I did that, it's going to confuse the whole system, isn't it? Get in there. All right, the rest of them are on the way. I will just wait the few seconds for these guys to drop off the last couple of those here, and then I can pick up this whole thing. Now, what I want to do... I select this whole thing here to make a blueprint. We can kind of see that I'm going to need some extra... Probably some extra underground pipes, some extra... I'm just kind of trying to compare this to what I know I have in my inventory. So I'm going to need a few hundred extra belts, maybe some extra pipes, and maybe some extra gray inserters. Oh no, we have enough of those. We do need extra inserters. Oh, let's make that up to 200 there. And yeah, the pipes are definitely a thing. We need like 600 undergrounds and like 400 regular ones. And then the hope is that we will have enough spaces in our inventory still for everything that needs to be in here once I do that, and it looks like we will. So let's collect this. And yeah, there's some extra things, like we don't need the offshore pumps. Oh no! Oh, I forgot. All right. I gotta request the modules again. I forgot I had my, like, auto trash for moss and seaweed. I always do that. All right, what do we need? 500 seaweed, 210 moss. All right, and they'll bring that right back out of storage to me. Is that, in theory, everything? One more moss, one more seaweed. Where is this mysterious seaweed bot? There it is. All right, in theory, I have everything I need for us to go copy and paste this thing, and then I have to remember what, like, the inputs and the outputs are, and how to get power hooked up to it, and all that stuff. But that's a different problem. Something I can think about doing is tiering my power further. Like, right now we have geothermal that runs all of the other power plants, which includes the Biomass 1 and the Biomass 2. Once I have a second Biomass plant 2, we do have the headroom that I could pull out the Biomass 1, and I could have geothermal runs Biomass 1, Biomass 1 runs Biomass 2. I don't know if that's worth it, but I could do it. Shrug. Yeah, we want to make sure that we get both sets of power poles that are in this thing. We want to make sure we get all the way over to this side here. All the way up to here. There it is. So, like, in theory, where do I want this? I kind of want it, like, here, because I kind of want it... Well, one, because it would be kind of nice to just have them in line next to each other. Could even mirror it. Do that. If I'm going to do that, I want to clear whatever I've got going on through here as far as... I think I see a radar there that's going to be in the way. Ooh, that radar might be just saved. But like these are the power poles that run the power plant. I don't know what these ones are. These might be power poles getting power out of the power plant. Yeah, and then we have this, which is the molten salt input, which we are going to need for the new half of the system, but not... Not in the same way. And then this is the main power grid. Yeah, this is the main power grid. And I'm going to do something horrible. We're going to disconnect all that. We're going to disconnect these, which is the power plant power grid. Now if we paste this and flip it horizontally, we should have just a couple of places. So I should have all the stuff I need to build this. And then it's just a matter of figuring out like the water inputs and things like that for the different parts of the system. Oops, wrong thing. It's this that we don't want connected. These are connected to that, right? And then this needs to be connected to... Yeah, and this is where I kind of just want to do this. There. Copper there. And then this one. Again, not here. Not here. Right. And that's not producing or consuming anything because it's fully disconnected. So let's get that plugged back in. And that's going to run as best it can for a little while, but without being hooked back up to the power grid from over here, it's going to fall over. I think I did not put these water towers in my things that I accounted for, so we might have to run back and grab those. But like all the rest of this, we should be able to turn on here. And then I need to fix radars through here, which I knew I would have to do. I overwrote a bunch of radars. All right, that's hooked up. All right, that should turn this system back on. Yes. Yeah, and this is running at like full speed. Yeah, we are going to have to go back and get a little more. Again, I think we just need to like hook up the molten salt. I don't have the buffer tanks for the molten salt because those tower ones aren't ones that I keep in my normal inventory, and I forgot to add them in. Everything else here, though, I think we should have, and we should be able to get in place. And all of these should be able to start, like, turning on, because it's going to take a minute to get, Oh, we're also out of power poles. I didn't account for power poles. I didn't double-check those. I double-checked belts and pipes. I didn't double-check power poles. Oh, well. Let's see. Does this have water coming in? This has 2 pumps bringing water into the top section, and 1 pump, I think, feeding the bottom section. So let's see if we can get that figured out here. Like 1 there and 1 there. So that'll work for that part. Whoop. We're getting trains unexpectedly returning to the depot. Yeah, this is just seeing missing power poles, which is good. It does mean that this system won't turn on yet, which is unfortunate. And then this, we need to bootstrap with a little bit of... Oh, well, we also have to have water feeding this, don't we? Do I have that? How do I have that set up over here? Oh, I just had a pump feeding right into it. Okay. All right. That's that part. And I think there's one more place where I need a pump in. Yeah, right here. Which we will just do like... that. So we should start to get... moss. Yep, we're getting muddy sludge in. So we'll start to get moss. We're not going to get much, if any, seaweed, just because we don't have the power poles for it. And we need these two, what are they called? Pi tank 10 KLs. Where are the 10 kiloliter tanks? There they are. If that's all we're missing, and if I did in fact manage to get, like, the right power grids isolated here, and I believe I did. Yeah, this is running off of 3 of these guys. And it does seem like we are going to have to think about either getting more geothermal or switching to, like, the multi-tiered power system, like I was saying. Because we do have... It looks like the geothermal is starting to get close to its limits with the power plants that it's running. So if I'm turning on another... Ooh, not here. It's probably not necessary now, but if I'm going to turn on another... geothermal 2 plant, then we probably need to think about swapping the geothermal 1s to be the just powering the geothermal 2. And that'll be fine at that point. Let's see. We can turn some of these back to normal amounts of things. Big thing I'm waiting for here is power poles. Oop, there's a bunch. I don't know how many power poles I need, honestly. Apparently, we normally request 150. Let's hope that's enough. Oh, and I do have to remember also to hook up radars once this is all plugged in. And once this is all on, I should be able to, let's see. Let's throw some biocrud in the system over there. We need to feed some ash over to here. These are missing a water in. Okay, apparently I'm finding that I was really lazy about routing pipes, and I hooked a bunch of things up just individually because I could. Oh, I probably need a couple of tree seeds to bootstrap that system too, don't I? There we go. So yeah, these are all running. That looks good. We've got ash buffering. Hopefully I threw enough in here for the system to be able to turn itself on. I think there's plenty. This is buffered a bunch of CO2, so that should also be fine. Up here. Yeah, these guys are all starting to get biocrud. Ah, I need to actually pump in molten salt. Oh, and I deleted the... Of course I did. Why wouldn't I have? Is it here? Yeah, there it is. All right, let's get molten salt routed down to where we can hook it up. And we're going to deal with these pipes because they're the ones that are already here, and I don't feel like putting a pump in. God, they feel so short now that I'm used to the... Oh, I need to put a pump in anyway. All right, if we have to put a pump in anyway, we're switching, obviously. All right, so let's grab a decider. if molten salt is less than, what's my threshold? Like 2K? I think my threshold is like if they're both less than 2K. Whoops. Somehow I opened my desktop search there. I don't think you guys could see that, but then output doesn't matter. Output a green check mark. Green check mark. And that will feed this pump. Green check mark greater than 0 enabled. Yeah, I think I overdid this. I was playing with this and I thought it needed more, and I think I was wrong. All right, this is going to try to pump out, which I don't think it can do because, yeah, I need like a buffer here. Whatever. Yeah, so this says, as long as both of these are low, top it up. And what this says is if either of these is over, feel free to get rid of it. So what this should do is it'll keep trying to pump out... Oh, well, this is already full because there was a pump here. Bonk. Bonk. This should keep trying to pump out of here as long as this is still overfilled on the hot side. Yeah. And then here, like... Oh, did I pump this into the wrong side of the loop? I pumped this into the wrong side of the loop. Ooh, boy. Glad I caught that. And now there's hot molten salt. Let's filter it. Okay. Now we can run that there. All right, these should get themselves balanced out. And we should now see that we have, yeah, plenty of power available. Awesome. Yeah. Centrifuges and particle accelerators. Turns out when you start making a lot more uranium and plutonium products, your life gets harder. Time to place 3 beacons and become sad. Yeah. What I am sad about is how quickly we're getting ore into, or not getting ore into lead and silver processing here. All right, let's get rid of the priority on ethylene glycol. Because I don't think we need it anymore. I think all of this is going to get itself mostly figured out. Yep. I think that is good enough, and we can leave it where it is. What was I gonna do next? Oh, I was gonna go fix fetal serum. Yeah. Because that has some weird... Where is fetal serum? Way down here. So left, zigzag, and down. Okay. Because that has some weirdness at its station. And I want to fix it so it's not requesting guts all the time when it's not getting silver or whatever the other thing it requests is. There's a third thing. And after we fix that, I have no idea what I'm doing next. I probably need to put some radars down over here because this is... I can't see the very bottom of silver and lead processing. But looks like we are still seeing... lead. Yeah, molten lead has not backed up yet. Which is cool. I probably should also make... Here, I can do that now. Where we've got lead here. No, I can't do that now. I have to drop off thingies, combinators. But we will, I'll make that lead high priority, so we'll drain that system before we... So, get rid of the station control combinator. Whoops. Get rid of the station control combinator. 20 stacks. Get rid of the guts from the normal requests. And then we put in a decider combinator. And what that says is if if glassware is present and silver is present, ooh. Here, this needs to be on the red wire. So if we have glassware and silver and we have space to make more fetal serum, which is that it's less than like 200K, then we output guts at minus 30 times, what do they stack to, 100? Yeah. There we go. So this is not requesting because we don't have silver. And yes, there's a bunch of guts here already, and that's a problem, but... All right. So yeah, once this gets a delivery of silver, it'll potentially request more guts, which is fine. As far as our overall, like, silver deliveries to places go, we've got this one, and we've been burning through fetal serum because it's used for vat brains. This one is ethylene glycol, and this one is fiber optic cable. Yeah, this is at glassware, which means it's for fiber optic. And glass fiber is not, like, backed up, but actually, surprisingly, slowly backing up. So, that's cool. Yeah, the lack of this thing, like... Oh. Well, there's your problem. I don't have acetylene here. Eh? Okay. Yeah, so that's the main, like, lead station. This one is, okay, void skin to lead ore. Sure, it's my skin overflow. And this one is the processing station. Okay. So what's up with acetylene? I haven't looked at acetylene in... I mean, it was clearly briefly not running. Maybe we just need more coke buffered here. Or maybe this is a symptom of our coke is still having problems, like in the general case. Yeah, that looks bad. Time for more Red Hot Coke? Oh. Maybe it's not time for more Red Hot Coke. Maybe it's time for more coal. Eh? I mean, I did think coal was a problem, didn't I? I saw this somewhere else. Yeah, I mean, it's not great, is it? Do I need to just, like, copy and paste this whole build onto a, another coal patch? It's not that hard to do. Do we need more raw coal here? No. There's enough here that even with these two completely mined out, we're still running full. So yeah, we need more coal. I don't think I can get any more, like, onto trains if I tried from this station, so we're just gonna have to set up another spot. If I can find a spot. I only need 2 stations out. It's just coal and coal dust, so, like, anywhere I've got spots for a couple of stations, I can set this up pretty easily. I don't want to do it someplace, like, that's going to be obnoxious. Oh, I can do it right down here. Maybe. Can I squeeze it around fuel rods? I mean, I could squeeze it around fuel rods, for sure. Oh, there's also raw coal right here. That could work. If I just extend this station where I set up the crude, we do it right here. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to make it a blueprint, and I'm going to make it a blueprint so I can set up requests. I can request the items for it. I lost it already. All right, now I can see what I need for it. And I believe I can do like a... Yeah. And we can get rid of the things that are like normal requests, which is transport belts and power poles and inserters. We do need, I guess, just these things. And then over here at the mall, we can go ahead and set up a chest and put this in coal. All right. So in order to work with that, well, there's 2 things I want to do. On my way over there, I want to stop off at lead, and I want to make old lead high priority source so that it'll get drained out and I can take it apart, because this otherwise I'm never going to get this cleared out, and like I need to get this lead thing off of being directly on the main road. This is one of the oldest builds on rails, and I would not do it this way now. Same there. High priority there. High priority there. Just to get this kind of cleared out. The borax, graphite, sand castings. I don't know what to do with them. Unfortunately. All right, well, we'll be back for this later. In the meantime, what I noticed was I don't have enough orange inserters for what we need for the coal build. So I'm going to go ahead and make... We might not need orange inserters anymore, technically. I could probably recalculate with blue inserters now that we have inserter capacity bonus 1. Because that build definitely predates having inserter capacity bonus. But I still need to get orange inserters on the mall anyway. So let's just get orange inserters on the mall. And that's going to be up here somewhere. All right. And then to run this, we need to bring in circuit boards. Ooh, that is... That's snug. And I also don't know exactly how many of each of these things we need. So what are we looking at? 2.5 circuit boards. Okay, that is like 2 of these inserters. And then engine units we make over here. How many engine units does it use? 1.5. All right, that's just like 1 inserter. Lubricant, which surely we have on here somewhere. Yes. And then the iron niobium alloy, which will be this one, which is... Which of these belts do we think is iron niobium alloy? This one. And then blue inserters, which are over here. All right. That'll be, I think, everything this needs to turn on. Finally have orange inserters on the new mall. that's the main thing I think that I sort of have been stalling on getting done. So we're going to need an extra like 150 of those for this project. So I will set up a request for them. And then that should do it for now. I think we just kind of have to wait for this to turn on, which like I guess I could help it with. All right, it's ad break o'clock. Oh, last underground is upside down. Oh, fixed. All right. Sorry, I just saw you your message there. It is ad break o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch do that. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water. And when we come back, we're going to go make another coal build, because apparently we don't have enough coal of all the stupid things to run out of. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the break, everybody. We're just waiting for a few more inserters. I think I probably have enough. It's like 170 something, right? Oh, 152. Okay. Then yes, we should have enough. Although we also have to set up the stations, which are a lot. That's an extra 24, 30 of them. So 180 something. We're at 190 something. All right, we probably have enough. I'm just going to be sad if I end up having to get more. What did I decide? I'm going to put it down here, and then we could just extend this, and we'll set up the stations over here. That sounds reasonable to me. What's blooping at me here? Oh, lamp. Is lamp not in the allow list here? I guess not. We don't bring lamps in anywhere? I guess also not. Okay, whatever. Not a high priority. I don't know if I want to put lamp in the allow list on the mall. It would only be useful for, like, the occasional random lamp that ends up in a blueprint. And I do make lamps on rails already elsewhere, so it would maybe make more sense to just bring lamps in so that we can request them. Oh, let's also set up radar while I'm here thinking about this. One there, and then there will be one below it, I think, and hopefully 2 is all we need. We might need 3. All right, so we're going to get our 2 stations in here for coal. And yeah, we are going to need 2 or 1 more radar in the middle of this whole section. There. And let's just run this segment horizontally a little ways. And then when I hook up to that radar, it'll be from, where did I put that radar? Right up here. Yeah, now we can just like do that kind of thing. Yes, maybe. Oh, I'm out of landfill. All right, that's going to be a problem. I'm glad I noticed that before I started trying to do the build. Why are we not? Ah, there it is. I'm like, why aren't we running this radar? And then the last radar is like right here, which is also, I think, something I'm going to hook up with some horizontal rails. Yeah, because that's very easy to just hook up right there. Except again, without landfill, we're going to have a hard time. So we got to go get landfill. Where do I even have landfill right now? I don't think I have it on rails. I should still have it in the old base. Like, I turned off a bunch of stuff, but landfill ought to still be working. Yeah. There is indeed some landfill, although it's actually, we're running out of stone here, so there is not landfill for much longer. I'm gonna have to think about that, how I want to get landfill set up. I should probably just put landfill on rails and then send it via train to the mall, and then the Logibots will just keep my inventory topped up from there. I don't think it has to be anything more complicated than that. But for now, let's head up to the old base, and we'll grab a few stacks of landfill. Just because we're going to need that for the coal build as well, obviously. Just because the... alien biomes. No, that's not what it's called. Can't remember the name of the mod. Alien whatever. Oh, it is alien biomes. Okay, yeah. Alien biomes puts a lot of water on the map. Ugh. Okay. I think that's everything we need now. So take 2. Let's head down and we'll get the last of those radars hooked up so that we have radar coverage everywhere, and then we will get the... we'll start working on the new coal build. There we go. Radar coverage. Oop. Bots, return to me. There we go. So if we grab the blueprint we made, drag it over here, just drop it somewhere like here. We're going to have... this has 2 belts of coal out and then a little bit of... not coal. A little bit of coal dust, I think, as well. Did I forget to pick up the... yes, I did forget to pick up the thing. I did not collect the chest that had all of the items for this build in it. So we're going to have to run back up to the mall and grab that, because I did a bad job. But what we can do here is hook up all the belts and get all the stations ready. And then as soon as we drop all of the... that's weird. Oh, yeah, I put those low. Okay. My fault. Because I wasn't expecting to use this as a full-length thing, you can see I put these 2 stations low. So we're actually not going to be able to fit 3 things here. It's only going to be 2. Which is fine. All right, let's clean up some of the ores we're not using. Now, we've got... what? This comes out here. And this is going to be coal dust. Whatever the coal dust input looks like, which is... that That looks like I've got a whole row of yellows, although it's probably not actually using them all. And then we need to copy and paste anything with, like, the priorities. Yeah, this whole section. And then on this side, we can clean out all of that. I'll just copy and paste the other one in. I do like the idea maybe of putting a longer... Maybe. If I can figure out how I want to do it, then I will do it. I wonder if we could do something like this. Like, if we want to come down... like here... to here... to here... to here... And this is just queuing space because this is going to be a very busy station. That's all we've got. Yeah, and that way I can set this train limit to something silly, right? And we can get as many trains dispatched to this as we want. Now, we need to hook up our 2 belts of output from the coal side of things, which is that one. And then this one, which right now goes all the way down this way, which we don't want to do. And instead, we want to, like, send out the other way. Which means that this one will actually come this way. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I think that's good. This is silly, but I kind of love it. And that'll be the remainder of the coal dust output. Does this have anything special with its side here? Nope, it's just a normal coal provider. All right, I just have to go pick up the actual buildings then. Because I forgot them the first time. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. Whatever shopping list that is. Okay. And the bots are going to try to bring me a bunch of stuff, which is all well and good. But the thing that I really need is this. All right, there we go. That should be all we need. Old Coal has been running the base for a long time, so hopefully just like doubling the capacity is going to be more than enough for quite a long time to come. We will find out if that's true, but I have no recollection of how this like whole system works, but I trust myself that I got all of these things right, so that it is, yeah, it's putting things on the right sides of belts so that it doesn't all get blocked up. All right, seems fine. Cool. Yeah, first belt of coal coming out there. And this will start to become available very shortly. What did I set this to? 6? Yeah. I don't think it'll ever actually go higher than 5 because of how Cybersyn works, but... that is fine. And then we look at coal here. Should almost immediately just like want to come get some from this station because, yeah. Games for kicks. It's not showing up. Oh, because I copied things weird. Now it should show up on the network. There it is. Yeah, and immediately it dispatches 3 trains to it. It's like, we need coal, you have coal. Awesome. Ooh, that's bad. Well, okay, it's not that bad because these should be requesting like full. Yeah. So this saying that it wants, 3 or 4 rows is not dire, but like I wonder if that's my coal shortage problem. is how much coal we're using for trains at this point. I don't know if I even like had stopped to think about that, but it's a good reason for us to think about train 2 and whatever the fuel for that is. Let's head up to the mall because I can drop down some train tracks and I should be able to see what the possible fuels are. Maybe I can see it in here. If I look for locomotive, and if we alt click, will it tell me what okay. Okay, so like the base rocket fuel and nuclear fuel, sure, those don't actually exist. We're not making those. Canisters. Makes canisters. All right. Which are always 10 megajoules? So I assume that means that depending on which canisters, they take different amounts of stuff. Yeah. Okay. So if I wanted to switch to locomotive 2, and we have a lot of trains that we would need to upgrade to do that, it would be a major undertaking. We would need to start distributing canisters in addition to coal, and then getting the empty canisters out of the system. I'm assuming making the canisters themselves isn't terribly complicated. No, 2 plastic, 1 steel. We would just have to figure out which fuel we actually want to use and how we want to, like... Didn't we recently get, like, a fuel production stage 2? Diesel from methanol, diesel from olefins... I need to figure out which fuels we might want to use, right? Like this makes a lot of fuel, but some of it is kerosene and some of it is diesel. I mean, methanol and CO2 makes diesel and olefins, and then the olefins are also diesel. Shrug emoji. Like, that's certainly... That would turn 200 methanol into 300, 500 diesel? Can I make methanol cheaply? Maybe. The other stuff is, I think there's in, like, light oil processing. Did we get anything good here? Fuel oil from stripped distillates. Fuel oil actually doesn't look like that good of a fuel. 800 kilojoules compared to, like, Even light oil is 900 kilojoules. Although if we can make heaps of it, then because the canisters sort of even out the ratios, they are always 10 megajoules worth of fuel shoved into a canister. We can potentially use a lower energy fuel as long as we can still get enough of it to shove it into the canisters. Coal processing 3. Is there anything good here? Not really. Nothing jumping out at me. Ooh. Arquad diesel? I don't know how expensive a propolis is. Like realistically, what that looks like. A Dilmo and a Renia to 2 propolis. Okay. I still don't, like, have a mental image for that. But the other diesel options are the ones that we basically already have, right? Yeah. Aromatics and naphtha, aromatics and hydrogen. We're going all the way back to really early stuff. We sort by, here we go, sort by burnt result. There's all of the canister fuels. And if we look at our, like, tech levels, we have, okay, we also have these, like, purified natural gas, pure natural gas, outlet gas stage 3, high ash coal. None of those really jump out to me as, like, things that I would want to focus on. Like, it's nice that you can, I guess, burn them as solid fuels using fuel canisters, but it's not immediately useful to me. Same with, like, residual gas. I'm almost certainly better turning that into something else first, right? Fuel oil. I mean, maybe fuel oil. I'll have to... What was the fuel oil again? Stripped distillates to 250 fuel oil. If we check, one of these is like stripped distillates to 200 gasoline at 1.2 megajoules. That's 240 megajoules versus the fuel oil. 250 times 0.8 is only 200 megajoules. Okay, so it's worse. It's better to turn it into gasoline than into fuel oil. Assuming that they pack into canisters at the same rate. I'm assuming, like, lossless canister packing when I look at these. Which it isn't necessarily, because it has to round. Because, yeah, we lose 400 kilojoules from this. Whereas with like a gasoline canister, 9 times 1.2, we lose 800 kilojoules, which I don't think makes up for the difference. I might actually have to double check that in YAFC. See which one actually uses more stripped distillates. I mean, what else have we got floating around for weird gasoline recipes? Anthracene and hydrogen, yeah. Cellulose, water, and manure bacteria. I didn't realize I had biogasolines sitting around in my potential. Well, I really... Oh, and we also have this that I haven't even looked at. Petroleum gas processing stage 2, which isn't available tech. So, like, we could potentially, if there's something good here. Not really. None of this jumps out to me as a good use of these materials, as far as it being, like, the thing we're going to run our whole rail network off of. And that's really the thing, is I have to decide what we're going to run, like, a lot of trains off of. We have 221 trains right now. And one of them is 220, really, because one of them is the train that's emptying the old mall. But still, we have to figure out a sufficient fuel supply for 220 trains. And that probably is going to mean increasing oil processing to some extent to be able to do it. So, like, whatever we can do with crude oil processing, and maybe we can do crude oil processing in a way that we can, like, convert everything down, or as much as possible down to, like, diesel or to gasoline or to something like that, would be sort of what I want to do. Moondrop oil is surprisingly good. Do I have that yet? Oh, fuel oil from iron-enriched moondrop flowers. Okay. I don't have it, but I could have it. I apparently skipped the whole botany stage 2 and phytomining part of the tech tree. Yeah, let's look at moondrop oil. Let's just throw that in here. Train fuel is what we're going to call this, and we're going to do fuel oil canisters. I don't even know how many of these we're actually going to need a second. I'll have to figure out what the trains can burn them at, but... So if we're doing that from Moondrops... I do have Moondrop Mark IIs available. Moondrop Seeds... Moondrop, I mean, Recipe 2, basically always... Methane is also just moondrops, right? Like, that's... And then the iron-enriched biomass, we have to make... What? Tailings and Yotoi? Or Tailings and Navens? Okay, neither of those is super expensive. I think Navens might be a simpler build, although Yotoi might be cheaper in the grand scheme of things. But we also need just, like, very little of this, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, we're looking at very, very small quantities of all the Yotoi here. Gotta bring in fertilizer. I mean, I can make sure we're accounting for all of the right soil and... Okay, this needs tailings in. That's not hard. We have lots of tailings around the base, and that's a trivial amount of tailings. We make Yotoi leaves, which we gotta do something with. Is there a better way to get Yotoi seeds? I guess you just let the fruit spoil. It's 8 fruit to 7 seeds. Or if we spoil... I'm assuming it's 1 to 1. Yes. Alright, so we let it spoil and then we don't have the byproduct. Gravel, sand. I'd have to look at my Yotoi. I've got a build that, like, figures out soil and gravel and sand and stuff already, rather than, like, bringing in gravel and sand, although we also could do that. But, like, when I look at this, and I'm like, how many megajoules do we need? I mean, even... Alright. A gigajoule is maybe a bit much. And trying to get 100 of these out would be ridiculous, right? Like, we can realistically get 2 belts a second out of our rail stations. So this would be the scale. Ugh. We could maybe do 3 belts if we did things stacked and we're feeling real aggressive. So, like, 25 moondrop greenhouses. How much is that? It's only 30 tailings a second in. Yeah, the inputs to this, for how much we can actually make, are surprisingly cheap. That is a good shout, Buck Money. Thank you. I don't hate this. $400 a second is your reference point for oil power plants. Okay. Yeah, it's... Since I'm using it for trains, it's harder to know, like, what the ratio is, but, I mean, my whole base has been running off of, like, 30 to 45 a second coal, so trains were only a fraction of that, so if we can run this at 45 a second, then that's fine. All right. Yeah, this could totally be an option. I think I've been doing... No, I stopped doing wastewater to urea on site, I think. Or maybe that's one of the things that I said I should stop doing, but I'm still definitely doing everywhere. Not sure. But yeah, 45 a second canisters... It also spits out like a belt of ash, which is hilarious, but that's fine. And if we do, I mean, potentially Greenhouse Mark IIs, then we're in real good shape as far as how big the build is, but even with Greenhouse Mark 1s, the scale of this build is not atrocious. I mean, it's a lot of Moondrop greenhouses. Don't get me wrong. That's a whole deck of cards worth of Moondrop greenhouses. But all right. Yeah, I don't hate this. It does mean we need to grab a couple of techs before we can do it. But that's fine. I think as far as prioritizing our technologies, I do still want to do silicon processing first. And then we can get Moondrops queued up after that. We'll get the, we can do the iron-enriched biomass build first. And then, while we're waiting for the rest of the botany stuff to finish. Because, yeah, the fruit gets made automatically, spoils down, feeds into here. And then I'll have to double check. I think my... Maybe I don't even need to do this, because we make Yotoi aloe, don't we? How much do we make currently? 0.24 a second. How much does this use? 0.16 a second. Okay. But, like... I could potentially add a few more orchards to the existing Yotoi build. So I think that's what we do, is we don't make Yotoi as part of this. We ship it in. We might have to expand the existing Yotoi. That's fine. And then fertilizer, hydrogen, empty fuel canisters. That's all fine. And then we don't even have to do anything special with empty fuel canisters, right? Because we'll set the fuel canister factory at normal priority, and we'll set the outputs from the train depots at high priority. And that will push the canisters. You know, we'll reuse canisters before we make more, just automatically because of how Cybersyn works. All right, so iron-enriched biomass should that be its own build? I mean, that's a question. Maybe not. Doesn't get used for a lot. Ditto the flowers. I mean, we need them for, like, Archod Mark IIs, but that's a future Brandon problem. So yeah, maybe we just do this in line. And then, yeah, so that would be the build. And then Yotoi probably needs to get made bigger. If we check, what has Yotoi as an ingredient? Bedding. Lol, to a second. I built bedding to a ridiculous scale, so like what this says it can pull in is not what we're actually going to pull out of this build. But I mean, if we're gonna get botany stage 2 shortly, then like, yeah, nothing in there is super wild. So we could upgrade the existing upgrade the existing build, because we use so little of the classifier and the solid separator and the jaw crusher. Like, we would need a couple more soil extractors, and that would be it. Plus the, 7 upgraded Yotoi machines, but we wouldn't have to actually make the build any bigger, and we would double our... Yeah, maybe that's what we should do, is we should plan to do this. And then that will feed this whole train fuel build. All right. But all this has to wait, obviously. And then the other thing I have to do is figure out the, like, transition plan. Like, getting all of our old trains upgraded and getting the... all the depots migrated to the new fuel is going to be its own hassle that I don't quite know how I'm going to do yet, and we'll think about that a little more at some point. So, with all that in mind, in the short term, since we're waiting for a bunch of this stuff anyway, I mean, I guess I could tell the mall to start working on trains and to make sure that we have those 220 of these trains that we're going to need. The advanced cargo wagons are not something we need. We're not going to fit 220 of these in this, are we? No. Let's put in a bigger... So, I mean, it should be able to make 200 of these guys. I believe I've set up all the priorities correctly. It's weird that it keeps trying to make that. What's going on? Nope. I thought I had allowed it to make advanced locomotives. Did I not? Apparently I did not. There we go. But yeah, we should have... Alright, that's a lie. We should definitely have engine units available. Why does it think we don't? Oh, we literally don't. Because we used them all. We used them all to make stack inserters. Alright, well... Sure. Let's maybe do like that and let that turn off. Because I don't think we need more than this many stack inserters stacked up, because they're not used as inputs for other things. At least for now, anyway. And then this thing is going as fast as it can. But it's going to take a little while for the engines to back up. That's fine. What's the other thing that this thinks it's missing? Green chips. Excuse me? Okay, yep. I mean, beside the fact that I should change this over to 2 machines and put prod modules on it, it seems like it's running. I think we've just had a lot of demand for green chips lately. And then other things like we're just not going to have that many Gearbox Mark IIs. We might get enough shafts. We might get enough brakes. But this will buffer all the materials it needs to try to make all these trains. And those request numbers are somewhat silly. Yes. Yes, they are. I could probably change this to cap this at like 10 or something like that for the request amounts. Because right now this just takes, you know, the number of whatever we're trying to... Which one actually outputs? Is it this one? Yeah, this one. Yeah, because this says we've latched advanced locomotive. We're requesting... Well, this is everything that's being requested in the system. But advanced locomotive is what this is building, and then we get 219 of them. So it wants to make 219, and it has requests for 219 of them, goddammit. It's doing exactly what I told it to do, which is make 219. But yeah, obviously this is going to fill up on some of these materials before... And might even deadlock with a request this big, huh? Because, like, eventually... So yeah, we would want to do... We would want to clamp it. I guess. Which I probably should figure out how to do. What is that going to be like? It's going to be like 2 deciders. One of these is going to be if... Oh. If number sign greater than, I don't know, 20, output number sign 20. And the other one's going to be if number sign less than 21. Output number sign input count. Like that. And then the issue is that I need to find a spot to squeeze these in, which is easier said than done. If I do them like next to each other, oops. Do them like front to back like that. I think we can do it. Oh, and it's ad break o'clock. Sorry, folks, that snuck up on me. I'm gonna go ahead and let that ad run, and when we return, we will figure out what we're doing here. I think that's right. Yeah, input is 20 now. All right, now this is dumping a bunch of stuff, which is hilarious, but whatever. The bots will figure it out. I need to make that change to everything now, though. So we'll have to update all these. I'll do that when we're back from the ad break, though. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. All right, these request numbers are much more reasonable now. So I think we just have to take this part and add this to all of the other machines. The problem is that there are lots of bots in the way, and I can't I can't see what I'm doing. And the last one. Okay. So that should clamp the input requests to 10 crafts worth now on all of these, which is a much more reasonable number. Obviously, the Logibots are still very confused right now because there's still a lot of deliveries that are en route for too much stuff. But once they finish clearing this out, they will be in a better place. I saw engine units going. No, they should be coming back here. They might just be going to charging stations. Yeah, okay, that's fine. As long as the bots aren't putting engine units into the storage up here. I mean, I guess it's fine if they do, but I do have a dedicated storage spot for that. Yeah, there's still a lot of stuff to be delivered here, even with the lower request thresholds for some things. Are plastic bars a thing that we are? Yes. We do request plastic bars. We do request plastic bars. Plastic bars are not being delivered, which means that we're probably... I mean, to be fair, this has been my whole plastic on rails for way too long. We should probably look into like a petroleum-based plastic instead of using melamine here. How is our overall demand for plastic? I mean, it's not great, is it? We're definitely not keeping up. So, all right, that can go as a to-do list item then. Increase plastic production. What does that look like for us, though, at this point? Like, what are our... Oh, we have a new plastics tech coming up. Titanium tetrachloride and propene, huh? That's polypropylene? I don't know what this one's supposed to be. And I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. Plastics 2... Yeah, I mean, this is what we've been using, right? Melamine plastic. Which, like, we could probably scale up if we really wanted to scale up melamine. But given we have Plastics 3 coming up, maybe we look into one of these? Like, do we have good ways of making propene? We have one way to make propene, which is just straight from syngas, 1-to-1 plus a little bit of lead and steam. Okay. So, when we look at our plastic bar options... (10-to-1), and that's okay, that's refined syngas. That's not normal syngas. I mean, lead is cheap. We just expanded lead, so, like, I'm not super worried about not having enough lead. So we could definitely consider expanding propene. Titanium tetrachloride is whatever. I mean, where do we make it? Do we have plenty of it? Yeah. I mean, it's just titanium and chlorine, right? And coal dust. Why are we... Oh, we're not out of coal dust. It's just that the inserters... Yeah, that's fine. scared myself for a second there. Yeah, I think polypropylene is maybe the way to go then. I'm assuming that's polypropylene. I don't actually know for sure. We can put that here. Let's put that in our notes. Plastic 3 propene is the one we want to use. For now, we're just going to have to deal with you know, even at just 10x the input amount, we're still... Oh, I did 20, didn't I? Maybe we should reduce that number. To 10x instead of 20x. Oh, God. I accidentally put the 219 into the system again. There we go. But now it's requesting only 10x instead of 20x. So we'll do that. We will paste that on all of these. Cool. I mean, I think ultimately it depends a lot on how many... We could calculate the limit dynamically. Right? If we take... Well... Because we can get the output of this, right? Which is the ingredients for a single craft. And we can be like, how many times can we fit this in this? But that requires accounting for, like, stack sizes. And it's more work than I want to do. So I think just clamping the number of requests to, like... I thought 20 would be fine. This was still going to be overfilled with 20, so 10. And this is like a worst case scenario, right? Because this needs 200 small parts and 150 glass and like just huge amounts of stuff. I think most other things would be fine with 20 as the clamp for the requests, but we'll set it at 10 and we'll just let it go. And if it seems like this is slow, where like we're waiting for bots to refill this before we can get another craft, then we'll keep an eye on that. But hopefully that will not be the case. So, I need to figure out diamond wire. Diamond wire is the thing that we need for silicon processing. Let's do that. I know we've been doing a lot of kind of planning ahead with like the train fuel and thinking about more plastic, but we can actually delete these ones, the old silver and lead builds, because they have been decommissioned. And I will give this a less funny name of just lead and silver. Just so I can find it later, not because I don't appreciate my own sense of humor. Okay, we are doing diamond wire. If we go ahead and we grab silicon wafers is what we need. Yeah. So right now we're bringing in theory, 1.1 a second, but we actually want way more than that. If we look at our other wafers here, 2.25 plus 2.25, that's 4.5, plus 1.65 is 5, 6.15 is what we need. So let's, I guess let's just make a new one, actually. Silicon wafer 2. And I said we need 6.15. We'll see what the numbers actually look like. But that's going to be using the polycrystalline silicon plate in electronics factories. A bunch of electronics factories, I guess. Yeah, and that needs polycrystalline slabs, which bring in 1.23 electron grade silicon, and we're currently using 2.5. So we can actually, with our current electron grade silicon production, we can double our more than double our theoretical silicon consumption, which is already like quadruple our actual silicon consumption. All right, but it's the diamond wire we need, and this is 0.41 a second. Okay, that's the number that I was looking for to do the diamond wire. Um, 0.5 is 5/3, so 0.6. There we go. And a bunch of this stuff, we already have silicon carbide, we already have zinc plate, copper plate, stainless steel. It's just the industrial diamond. Okay, that's what I thought. And that's going to be from... I mean, it's one industrial diamond a second, right? And that's going to be the diamond processing, which is probably its own. Yeah, we also need industrial diamonds for science. Okay. So what that tells me is we're going to do industrial diamonds as their own thing. And I'm so convinced that this one's going to be a real sheet that I'm putting the icon on it now. We're going to start at 1 a second, and we'll, like, see what that looks like. Obviously, we're also going to need to figure out the scale that we need for science. And we'll expand this when we get to that. Wash crude diamonds. Crude diamonds come from... different diamond water grades, and I'm assuming we get all of the diamond water grades. Yeah. So grease, which we've got, organic solvent, tar, slaked lime. We output a bunch of muddy sludge and tailings. That's all fine, such as it is so far. Diamond jig concentrate in a jig concentrator. From diamond concentrate... but also this one. Yeah. And then we also have kimberlite residues. We have diamond rejects, which we can crush or screen. If we screen, we get processed rejects, which I think we can also turn into some amount of industrial diamonds. Plus limestone. That's a shitty one to have as a byproduct. Figure out what to do with that later. if instead of doing that, we do screening kimberlite residues, we get... Sorry, the recrush, which gives you kimberlite grade 2. All right, maybe that's the one to go for then. We'll figure that out. But this part, we definitely do want to run the kimberlite rejects, because that also gives us more of these diamond rejects to do stuff with. Kimberlite pulp comes from kimberlite grade 3, kimberlite grade 2. Oh, there's our diamond rejects. Okay. So yes, that's what we want to do, is we want to just loop them. That's maybe not as efficient, but it avoids the limestone output, and I'm willing to deal with that. And then we also need to make grade 3 from grade 1. Yeah, okay. And then the grade 1 comes from crushed kimberlite, which could also come from this recrush kimberlite rejects. There's a couple of different ways to loop this. Yikes! That's 4 diamond mines scattered around the map that we need. That's a lot. And that's just for my silicon wafers. That's not even what we're going to need for science. All right. So, the other option is we screen the diamond rejects. We do reject separation. 4.26. It is technically slightly better to have the limestone byproduct. Can we do anything better with the kimberlite residues? No. I'm like looking at each of these stages and like there's this, okay, recrush kimberlite rejects. How do we get kimberlite rejects? Oh, that I just missed a step. Okay. Those need to be linked. That gets us down to 4 point. I mean, it's still ultimately 5 diamond mines that we need. We're only shaving off like the smallest of amounts here. Yeah. So the rejects get recrushed, which makes more crushed kimberlite, which then gets screened. That's fine. That makes kimberlite grade 2. No, grade 1. Which gets filtered into grade 3 and grade 2. The grade 2 becomes grade 3. The grade 3... kimberlite pulp. Yeah, the kimberlite residues. The only thing to do with that is the screening. Okay. So yeah, it's just a matter of what do we do with the diamond rejects? The reject separation versus the recrush. Recrush ends up at 4.16 and screening ends up at 4.18. It's actually better to do recrush. Okay. That must have something to do with how it recalculated since I fixed the missing, like, rejects sorting here. So we still need like 4 diamond mines just for silicon? Okay, we can prod it. Oh no, that's not helpful. We can potentially prod some of these. Can we prod any of the diamond processing steps? Probably not. The answer seems to be no. I mean, we could definitely throw, like, speed modules on the volcanic pipes. And then we only need 2 of them. Yikes. Well, how many, Oh, there we go. Kimberlite rocks. I mean, there's a few of them Oh, there's 2 of them right here. Ooh, I might have to try to hook that up to a station. Yeah, I mean, if I need to find 5 of these things around the map, I can do it. So maybe that's what we gotta do. Get a bunch of Kimberlite onto rails. And once we've got that, going through and getting, like, all of this is pretty standard processing, whatever, that we have done before. And then we'll have to change this so that we set it to the right amount of input for 5 mines, and because some of these are, like, right on the edge of maybe it'll fold over to another building. So we want to make sure that we get the right number of buildings. So we'll have to do that. Otherwise, like, what are we missing here? Industrial solvent, I don't know if we're making yet. That's going to be the big one that we have to do. Water pumping, slaked lime, probably on site, because we need lime anyway. Yeah. And then industrial solvent, which I don't believe we're making yet. Oh, maybe we are. Or maybe I didn't actually start making it and I just thought about it. So this needs 13.5, so we need at least 20 a second. But if I am already making this, then we can just expand our... Oh, I am already making it. Cool. All right. Yeah, we just have to expand industrial solvent then. That's easy. That's just one more mixer. I'm going to do that now while I'm thinking about it. Let's just go drop off that mixer and... And then it won't be on the to-do list for next week. And the other thing I need to figure out, actually, when we're scaling diamonds, is how many diamonds do we need for PySci 3? Because we're not really... I haven't really been thinking about what PySci 3 even looks like yet, but since I saw that diamonds are an ingredient to it, I really want to make sure that we have... that we're accounting for that in addition to what we need for, like, diamond saws, etc. So, it's the wrong button, sorry. Let's look up... Right now we're running ChemSci at, well, what I claim is 0.1 a second. All right, and that's the scale that we're going to do PyScience 3 at. PyScience Pack 3. 0.1 a second. Okay, 0.033 industrial diamonds. That's nothing. And actually, it looks like we can easily run this at 0.2 a second, so maybe we will actually increase our SPM. I think pushing chem science faster and harder at that point won't be quite as much of a challenge, right? We have a lot more stuff that's prodded. We have a lot more stuff that'll have gone through other things. So, yeah, 0.067. All right. So, like, call it 1.1 is what we really need. But yeah, it'll be whatever we get out of 5 diamond mines is what the number's going to be. Okay. That is our initial target then. And I do call them Science Pack. Okay. So, plenty of industrial solvent in that case. I think that's everything that I really need to do to prep for diamond. I mean, looking at this, do we make grease fast enough? 23.6 a second. Crude oil processing. We might only be making like 25 a second grease. So we might want to increase what we can do for grease. That's xylenol. Grease? Yeah. But yeah, throwing another one of these guys up here is not too... not too hard. Boom. And that'll give it the ability to make more grease as it needs to. That's one heavy oil refinery. Let's go drop that off too. And that way I know that that is done as well. Anything else before I wander off and do that? What else is an input to this? Organic solvent. We've really expanded organic solvent recently, right? Yeah, we're doing like 100 a second. So I'm not too worried about that. Industrial solvent, we just checked. Aromatics, we should have plenty of. Lime. We make a bunch of lime, but I don't know how much is a bunch. We've been consuming more and more of it recently, so... We make 10. This whole thing uses 10 on its own. Okay. So we will want to expand the lime build, but like legitimately, I think we can just copy and paste this. Like, can we squeeze another copy of it into the same area? Maybe. The answer is maybe. And like the amount of coke that it's going to need is probably going to become a problem. Yeah. All right, we might have to think about lime then. Possibly the answer is to not make slaked lime from lime. I mean, no, the only other option is acetylene. So like, yeah, we got to make it from lime. All right. We'll have to think about that. How and when we're going to scale up lime production. I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. We'll build this, and then we're going to run out of lime. And I'm going to forget that I'm going to run out of lime, and then I'm going to complain about it 2 weeks later. But I think... I mean, I could double the existing lime build, but that's already kind of right on the edge of what is feasible there, because it's already a whole belt of coke coming in. So I would probably almost end up with multiple separate lime builds, right? Because it distributes the coke consumption. And if we're going to do that, then like getting 10 a second lime, just doing it at the diamond build on site is almost the better way to do it. Let's get this heavy oil refinery and then go drop that off so that we are making grease at the scale we're going to need to moving forward. Oh, it would help to get this hooked up too, wouldn't it? Oh, why am I like this? Where is grease? I did not plan ahead for this belt to come through here, but fortunately, there's space. I did it right for this one. I did it right for this one. I did it right for these ones. This is the only one I did it wrong for. Okay. So yeah, this is going to have to get itself back up to temperature, which should happen pretty quickly. And then we're going to be making grease twice as fast. Not even a problem. I mean, we're sitting on plenty of grease right now. But once we start using it, I want to make sure that we can actually make it as fast as we can consume it. So, all right. As far as the things we did today, how's interesting. You should be overflowing. It's not quite there yet. Okay. We are witnessing this thing in the process of starting to back up lead to the point that it will kick it down to the silver processing here. Cool. as far as the other parts of that, what do we got? I never put a thing here to put fuel rods in there. That's cool. How's our overall silver demand? I mean, bad. But actually kind of fine? Maybe? Not really? Let's head back down all the way south. I'm gonna get all those, well, I need to hook up the output for the fuel rods, because I missed that outserter, or inserter. And then I will hand deliver some fuel rods from that over to Silver, so that Silver can keep trying to run while we wait for more, I mean, ultimately, we're waiting for more antimony to make it to the lead antimony alloy build, which can get over to the lead container build. But the, couple hundred of those. Throw a stack in there. Throw a stack in here. And yeah, we should see that this is just starting to back up. Yeah. Oh, of course, but the way fluid inputs work... Yeah, this is going to keep running until it gets like a whole stack of silver lead concentrate. So it's going to take a little while longer for this to actually start overflowing to the silver. Yeah, and both of these are still at products finished to 0, as they should be, because all of the refined silver lead dust is still going down to silver, as it should be. Our input is still not keeping up. Oh, I never did necessarily fix our acetylene problem, did I? I fixed our coal problem, which I was hoping would fix the coke problem, which I was hoping would fix the acetylene problem. I forgot that I was kind of yak shaving there. It does look like coal is keeping up at Red Hot Coke now, so that's good. Yeah, there's a lot of coal on the way to a lot of places, but it's like... there's deliveries scheduled everywhere, so that's good. The next one is coke on top of that, and that's a little less reliable. Yeah, I think we may still need to expand Red Hot Coke. That's what I'm thinking. And then after that, I'm assuming acetylene is still broken, but like that is an issue of us not, yeah. I mean, we might also just need more mines. I mean, this is pulling out like 2 belts. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Close to 3 belts. 21, 24. Certainly more than 2 belts. But that's when it's running. And I'm not convinced that it has been running like super consistently. So, yeah, there's no acetylene in the pipe. Yeah, we can see it kind of turned off before it got the next delivery. So acetylene is still a problem. Yeah. Maybe it's running a little more consistently now, though. Certainly our coke is going to be better now that coal is running again. I just don't know if it's better enough. We also might not be making acetylene fast enough. Like, what do we make? 175? Where's lead mining? Oh. Well, there's your problem. All right, so we need more acetylene. Do we have any newer acetylene production methods, or is it still basically same old, same old? We will eventually... We can eventually do it from Tholins. But that's a little ways away. And also feels silly. I'm sure at some point it starts to make sense. But boy, it feels silly right now. So no, the answer is calcium carbide. Okay. The current acetylene build is what? How much does this consume? Almost a belt of coal. Okay. So I would probably want to just duplicate this to another set of stations then and try instead of trying to scale it in place. Let's add that as a note here, and actually that can happen first. All right, I think that's what we're starting with first thing next week. We will we'll build more acetylene, and hopefully that will help with getting our lead and silver to actually run consistently, because like this is a problem. And then if that's not enough to get it running consistently, then we will we'll have to either make another lead mine somewhere, or I don't know. We'll have to figure something out. But for now, I'm hopeful that acetylene is really the thing that's the bottleneck. And then what we might find is that we still have a coke bottleneck. But, like, clearly we don't make enough acetylene to run that system at full capacity anyway. And by that system, I mean the lead mine system. So we got to expand acetylene, and then if it turns out that we also don't have enough coke, we'll figure out more coke, which will probably just be red hot coke. And I will make a note for that. Contemplate more coke. Just so I'm thinking about double checking that at that point and seeing if the base is running smoothly or if we're low on coke there when we get there. Is this finally like backing up? I think so. Yes, we are overflowing to additional silver production. All right, so our silver production just doubled because we finally caught up on lead production. And this is running fast enough. It seems like the one inserter is keeping up. I think technically we would want two if this was running a little bit faster, so I'll leave the two of them. But that will be, that is going to be a great help in getting the rest of our silver demand, like, actually saturated. We had already basically just doubled our silver production just by doing this build at all, but now that lead is overflowing to silver, we're going to be hopefully rolling in silver. Probably not, but we can hope. And if we're rolling in silver, then that will mean that we will also be rolling in antimony again, finally. And that's going to unblock a bunch of stuff and probably break the whole base. Realistically, once antimony unclogs, like, we're going to have a ton of other demand unclog. Antimony's blocking batteries a lot. Yeah, we're blocked on lead antimony alloy. Antimony is blocking all of mechanical parts via shafts here. So that's a major thing. Yeah, batteries here is also antimony. And that's also, well, maybe not control panels, but certainly shafts are blocking gearboxes. And shafts and gearboxes are also blocking their respective Mark II variants down here, right? So, complex circuit boards, yeah, a bunch of this stuff. Once we get, stainless steel. Uh-oh. Let's figure out if something's broken there. Ferrochrome. Chromium. How am I out of chromium? Wow. Okay. God, this build is awful. I definitely did this before I started standardizing the way I do ore processing. It's just like all over the place. Cool. Yeah, we're just low on chromium. Oh, we're low on the ore input. Okay. Yeah, where's my chromium mine? That's also blue inserters. All right, that's a problem. These need to be orange inserters at this end and at the other end. But also, I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe that's all we need. Oh, I mean, this would also help. Let's start with that. Let's just start with the easy things. Start with setting a reasonable train limit for these guys, because that should immediately dispatch like 3 more trains. We still might need to switch everything over to orange inserters just to clear that out. And I'm going to put that in the to-do list as well. Orange inserters for chromium, question mark. But that's like a here kind of thing. That's a think about it thing, not a must do right now thing. Yeah, I mean, I guess we do use chromium a lot in like oil processing and other places where it's used as a what's the word I'm looking for? As a catalyst. So that is something to think about. This is almost up to 20 stacks again, which will be another train dispatch for silver. Yep. How are we doing here? We are running low on glass, which is just because everything is turned on right now. I think it's just because everything is turned on right now. Yep. Well, petri dishes are mostly backed up. Yeah, these guys are gonna, I think, fully back up soon. And that'll free up a bunch of bandwidth for other things. Glassware is running low. That's not good. Optical sets are kind of sort of caught up. Okay. We might need to think about glass again sometime sooner than later. Woohoo! 4 out of the 220 trains we need to upgrade the train system are done. Green circuits is what it's waiting on, and green chips are almost certainly blocked on batteries. Yep. So it's all... everything is antimony, which is silver. So hopefully we'll, oh wow, we have already used all of the fuel rods that I brought over here. That's bad. Because now this silver lead is going to back up, and it's going to back up the whole system. If we haven't gotten enough silver to fix the lead antimony alloy to get lead containers running again, then we are going to have a hard time. Oh, there we go. Lead antimony alloy. All right. Although it's 4-to-1, so it's going to be quite a while before we actually get deliveries of lead containers. I may have to run them, like, manually back and forth a couple of times until the whole base kind of stabilizes on its silver demand. Because right now, I think everything's going to back up very shortly. So we might have to hand deliver some things for a while. It's going to take a little bit for antimony demand to stabilize. It's going to take a bit for silver demand to stabilize because it's all been so broken for so long. And we might still need more silver. Like, we might just have to either expand this build further or set up more soot or something else. Wasn't there something that I did recently that like made a bunch of soot and I was very happy about that? Do I remember what that was? Oh, it was increasing our purified syngas. Hot syngas. Yeah. Because soot goes right to silver. in my base at this point. So, like, this is a trickle of silver that's happening here. Speaking of, is syngas more or less stabilized at this point in the base? More or less, yes. This one is, like, fully drained for some reason. Oh, it's refined syngas. Oh, and its requests are capped. Okay, let's do that. What is pulling refined syngas, though? That's the next question. And do we have enough of it? We only use it in a couple of places. This is the one that's really sucking it down, which is... Oh, rayon. Okay. Sure. All right. Well, I was trying to wrap up 15 minutes ago, and then I just got distracted checking on the status of the whole base. I think we're in a good place here. Getting lead and silver upgraded was huge. Like, silver has been a major bottleneck for a really long time. I'm actually going to do this as two different labels, just so that I can find them both if I search for one or the other. Cool. All right. Well, thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you found this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I stream Pi most Tuesdays and Thursdays at 1 p.m. Pacific, although I do occasionally shuffle my Twitch schedule around. Yeah, next week we're gonna figure out, well, we're gonna have to figure out diamond mining, right? That's the to-do. There's a couple of small things. We got to figure out acetylene. We got to figure out chromium. We might still have issues with coke overall. So some bottlenecks to fix, and then diamond mining, which will feed right into improving our silicon. And as soon as that happens, we're quickly going to find out what all of the other potential bottlenecks are in, like, circuits and stuff like that, because we will have unblocked the thing that has been the bottleneck since we built this, and I suspect things will break. Builds will be pulled to capacities that we haven't run them at before, etc. So that should be a good time. It's always a good time when we unblock one thing and it breaks something else. But yeah, thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you next week.